see if you can see her. Do you think she wants it focused on the smart board or?
Can you check through that?
No, she'd have to email me. Did the email come through to you yet or no? That's okay. Oh, Joel, you can sit back there. Save your seat. I'm getting this set up for Sarah.
Okay.
You got your printers going okay?
Yeah. My husband is not gonna be a
All right, yes, I got it.
battery in the garage, he sticks it on there. Yeah.
I'm going to see you on these figure brackets.
Okay. You just have to get him motivated to keep going. Come on, I gotta go.
Oh, that's cool. So that's, yeah, I think so.
Is there this one?
Yeah, I think that'll make it.
Oh, I just plugged mine out this morning and took my team, so. You want me to like move it so it's.
I think I'd be okay.
He says that he's more worried about it staying outside already.
Is that better?
It's got like a leg.
Oh, sorry.
There we go, now you're moving. That is so weird. Yeah. Yeah, she was like, yeah, that's cool.
Sunday
Mine,
night's gonna be worse.
And Monday being under like.
yeah, Monday's been.
Sarah might not even work.
Says, Sarah sent me, she said, I saw Teresa call me on Google Hangouts, I missed the call, let her know. I've got
Check your emails.
Yeah,
Swimming at a school on Monday. Today,
that's without windshield, that's a
Oh,
shit.
Monday,
Sarah's in, she emailed.
Monday's gonna be.
Oh, she's in, okay, good.
We got three.
I've got computer paper and.
I'm gonna show you something in here, but I do have something the right way. I know.
Just as I'm in, I see and hear you.
I did it in my presentation. Some research project. I did it last year, just like, okay, fine, maybe you can enjoy that. And then. Teachers are out to teach your kids. Because it's, and it's not a teacher, it's not. She sent me a call.
Step by step, you know, the way to forward to you. What?
That's probably the plan.
Most of the stuff like in classroom.
Did you want me to just go ahead?
Yeah.
I'm like waiting for the go ahead.
Yeah, that's why we come back down.
All right. All right, so good morning. My name is Sarah as well, which is why you guys saying Sarah a million times. I was like, what? What? You know, it's like when I say mom at the store and 5 people turn around. So my name is Sarah. I am here to help you guys with maximizing student engagement using the social studies textbook. Tell you my background. I'm from North Carolina, which is why if at any point I start shivering, it's because I'm from North Carolina. But I was telling Teresa, I was actually born outside of Chicago in Naperville, so you would think that I'd be a little bit more conditioned, but we moved when I was 2, so I didn't get much of it. I taught social studies, specifically world history, to 9th grade for my teaching career. That's when we teach it in North Carolina. So, and I taught in Raleigh, if any of you have family in North Carolina. I'm familiar with that area, but now I live in Charlotte because it's a bigger airport and I fly a lot. So, but I set up a Padlet for you guys, which I will give you the address to in just a second. And my email address is on that Padlet. If you have a question today that you don't want to ask out loud, you're welcome to shoot me an email. If you have a question 5 weeks down the road that you have a burning desire to ask me, then you're welcome to shoot me an email. I'm normally pretty good about answering within 24 hours. Or I can get you in touch with the person that can answer. And the only reason I say that is because sometimes permissions are above my pay grade as far as Discovery Education goes. So if you have any questions, just let me know and stop me at any point during the session. If you have a question, I might say I'm going to answer that in just a minute, and it's probably because it's in my presentation. But whatever you need, just let me know throughout the day today, okay? So the Padlet that I'll give you in just a second is going to be kind of our digital parking lot. So if you have a question that you don't mind everyone seeing, then you can post it on the Padlet, and I'll go back to the Padlet during our lunch break to check and see what you still need help with towards the second half of the day. So we're going to lunch break at 11:30.
Whatever works for you.
Okay, whenever we feel like having a break. We have built-in 10-minute breaks too, so it's not like you're gonna go for 4 straight hours and then have a break, so. But just let me know if you need anything. And my clicker is gonna be temperamental. So what we're gonna talk about today, the 2 big things that I like to highlight that we'll be doing is the board builder, if you're familiar with that at all. And we'll also look into assignment builder. So how to build assignments on the textbook if you haven't already done that. Are all of your classes in the textbook already? Can we all log into Discovery? That would probably be the right question to ask first. All right, so if you guys will log in for me. If you would hover over at the top where the black tabs are, grayish black color. Okay, if you'll hover over Classroom Manager and then click on My Classes, you should have class names. Now, if you want to click on a class and make sure that that's your current roster for that period, because what we can do today is actually go on and assign straight to your students from Discovery. So I want to make sure that your classes are in there. Are they okay? Now, while you're on this page, just so you know, whenever you look at a student's name, if you click login as student, it will show you what they see. So as you're using this more in your classroom, I would model on the board using another student's account to show students what they'll see when they go in. Because their view is a little bit different. You'll see the orange tabs at the top. If you press login as student, you have to click on the blue words that say login as student. So my classes, and just expand one of the class lists. There you go, login as student. So whenever you assign something, they only have to log in and click on this orange assignments tab, and they're good to go. You're fine. So just hover over classroom manager
And I don't have these.
and then within my classes. So what you could do is, are
I
you,
thought I'd have the teachers that we have some students, so that we can see what
Oh,
they're
okay.
being assigned.
okay, cool,
That's
yeah.
what we did last year on campus.
Let me see, click on the home tab for me, the house, because you still have a teacher account. So yours actually doesn't look the same as what theirs looks like. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Like you don't actually have a student view.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, that's right.
Okay, so what you could do is add like add a big student under your name or under like policy,
Okay.
under your account. So you can make a class and make a class, yeah. And then, yeah, I would just put like test class or something, and then you can just scroll down. And then what you'll do is do,
Maybe share my students, or maybe not share.
you know, because you don't have to. I wouldn't pick a student, because then if you assign it to them, but you can pick a student, put it in your class, and then if you assign something, it'll actually show up to that student.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry, backtracking. How much training have we had on Discovery?
I did the summer.
One.
One day.
Okay, so you didn't do the session on centers.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna edit what we're doing based on what we've done. Does that make sense? So we'll still do this stuff, but what I wanna do is kind of show you around the website first this morning, because this stuff isn't gonna matter if you don't know the navigation of the website. Is that okay? Okay. Just to kind of like give you an overview again of what's available, since it's been like 6 months since you got initially trained. And that first training doesn't go as in-depth as what we'll be looking at today, okay? So just stay logged in, and what I'm gonna do is log in as one of you guys and kind of give you the rundown of what we're looking at for the tech book today. Sound good? Okay. Does anybody mind if I pretend to be them? I won't change anything in your account, it won't edit anything. What's your name?
Allison,
Allison
Salo,
Salo. How do you spell Salo?
S-A-L-O.
S-A-L-O, okay. So, just to make sure that I see the Illinois version of the tech book. So this is what your homepage looks like, right? And then some of you might have my admin to the right. That just means that you have administrator privileges. It doesn't matter if you don't, because you can still administer to your students regardless. Were you two L's, Allison?
One.
Okay, so this should look a little bit more familiar. You guys have, you can see right here, the tech book and streaming. The only difference between tech book and streaming is when you go into search up here, right? You're searching everything that Discovery Education has to offer for your district. So when you're searching up there, you're getting resources that are included in the tech book as well as resources from streaming, which if a district has any services from Discovery, typically they at least have streaming, but you guys have added on the tech book, which means you have a lot of readings and pre-made assignments and activities, et cetera, that they don't have with the streaming. Does that make sense? Okay. A couple of cool things. I know you probably already know this. If you do current events, which is near and dear to our social studies hearts, the Global News is done every week. It's similar to CNN Student News, but it's shorter. So if you're in a time crunch, but you still want to do current events, I always recommend looking at the Global News. And then right here, if you ever did the On This Day in History from the History Channel, we have one that's specified by subject area on our website too. So it's on this day, history, but it'll do a science one, a health one, a social studies one, an English language arts one, et cetera. So that one's a really cool little feature. If that's like, I know a lot of teachers put the On This Day of History on their board every morning. So this would be a place to go where you could do something other than just history. Also, this is kind of like the news feed for Discovery. So where it says activity, just like on Facebook, if you're familiar with Facebook and you see a news feed, these are all the things that are going on with Discovery. So if there's a virtual field trip coming up that you could participate in with your students, you can go here and see that. They're typically at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so it'd be 12 o'clock for you guys, which is actually good timing as long as you're not at lunch, because you'd still have your students for the whole time of the virtual field trip. So what we're gonna do is click into the tech book. So just hover over my DE services and click on social studies tech book. Okay, I always explain this a little bit differently, so if this is review for you, I'm sorry. But what I think of when I look at the tech book, the table of contents tab right above the word civilizations, if you miss an actual textbook, like you love the smell of school supplies in August, and you want a real book, that other table of contents tab that's tan right now is gonna be your table of contents, like a textbook table of contents. They both show the same thing, but you can see this says visual overview. If you are not a picture person, if you are a word person, click on table of contents. I use table of contents because I am a word person. I was an English major and a history major, and I like words. So you'll see it's literally the same titles, it's just different wording. Okay. Now, to get into the actual pages of the tech book, you can pick any section and click on the word 5Es, and that'll take you to the tabs. Okay. And it looks the same no matter what section you're in. So if you want to pick the next unit that you're doing and go into that unit, that's perfectly fine. Do we have different content areas? Because Allison's opened in world history. Are we all world history? Perfect. That's what I taught. I love world history people. Okay. So what are we currently on? Probably Egypt? So I'm going to click into Egypt. I'm going to do Egyptian society. Not that geography isn't interesting, but. So when you click in, it opens in Engage. Engage, I like the way that I explain the tabs, so I'm going to explain them to you. Okay. Engage is activating prior knowledge. Explore is the textbook. So if you are looking for something to replace your textbook, look at the Explore page. Now, speaking of textbooks, has anybody ever assigned the questions at the end of the section in the textbook? Like, read this section in the textbook and do questions 1, 2, 5, and 6? No? I haven't either, but I got assigned them a lot when I was in school. Explain replaces those questions. So explain is the questions at the end of the chapter. So you have two ways you can do this. They can read and then do the explain, or you can give them the explain activity to complete as they read. It just depends on how you run your classroom and what you feel comfortable with your students doing. You also have Elaborate, which is like your project tab. So if you're looking for a collaborative activity, something that could be made into group work easily, something that goes above and beyond just the text, you're going to look at Elaborate. And Evaluate speaks for itself. That's your assessment tab. Okay. So those are the 5 tabs. Those are the 5 tabs the students see. The tab that you have that students don't have is the model lesson. So click on model lesson for me, because this is going to be your most useful as you're getting used to using the tech book. It opens to the state standards that this section of the tech book is aligned to, which is really nice as far as evaluations go. And also where it says teacher preparation, one year they made me teach civics. I'm not going to say it was awful because it was really interesting to see how many people don't know anything about civics, including my own mother. But I looked at the teacher prep section because it saved me from having to go to Wikipedia and find the information. Okay, so the teacher prep kind of gives a background on this section, which is really nice if you ever switch content areas or if you just switch to world history. It gives you a little bit more background. It also has common misconceptions on it. So things that maybe your students won't understand will be at the bottom of the teacher prep page too. Now the session 1, 2, and 3, and then sessions 4 and 5 are the lessons that Discovery recommends for this section of the textbook. Now we all know that we're not spending 5 class periods on Society of Ancient Egypt, right? I mean, I wouldn't. Okay, so it's literally in a perfect world when it's not minus 18 degrees, this is what we can do in our classrooms, right? Like when it's not a snow day, when it's not a weather advisory day, when I'm not having behavior problems, this is what I can do. So sessions 1 through 5 are what we recommend that you can do, like if you do the max of everything with Society of Egypt. So what I'm going to give you a few minutes to do is, first of all, ask me questions individually if you have them. Second of all, click through these sessions, which will link you to the resources in the tech book. So that'll give you a chance to kind of reacclimate to the tech book and see the type of lesson that you can build using the tech book. Okay? All right. I'm going to set a timer to keep myself honest, and we'll read through for 7 minutes. All right. So you can look through the tabs too if you're already comfortable with the tech book, but otherwise just look at those lessons to see what we recommend. Yeah, it's a Chrome extension. I love it. I cannot remember. I just typed in timer or something. Yeah. I could pick it out probably if you typed it in. Just type in timer.
Type in 5 minute timer. You have to type in 5 minute timer. That's serious. You don't need a Chrome extension, you do a tab, type in 5 minute timer.
Yeah. There's a really fun one called online stopwatch, and they do full screen one for students. I used to use that one when I was teaching because not all my students. And then it's that one. And then if you click on the online stopwatch bold, it's like a big one. And so I had that bookmarked when I always used that. Yeah. You're what?
Born in Mesoamerica.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I thought you were saying you were U.S. history, like American.
We're changing around. Yeah.
So if you click right here, where it says, this is like your breadcrumb trail at the top right here. And then you can click on table of contents if you want and scroll down and you'll see.
It's 15.
Oh, okay. And now on that front page, it has the chapter assessment too. So if you want the pre-made assessment from Discovery, that's it right there. Okay, so document-based investigation. That will probably be under the elaborate tab. So if you scroll up and click on elaborate. So here's the document-based investigation. And so it's like walking you through what parts of this TPQ should you use. Does that make sense? So a lot of times when it does the project-based inquiry, it's going to use the elaborate tab, and they're going to learn through the project. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't have to do the explore pages if you use the project-based inquiry. That replaces your direct
So
instruction.
that's what we did for Egypt, but we didn't use the tech book
use this VDQ writer that we have. But normally when we do checkbook, we make task force input and then we have all of the explained activities on the dashboard.
Yeah.
They go through it on their own and we post them.
Okay.
But we just weren't sure.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. If you, as you keep looking today, just let me know, if you're confused with the navigation for anything else. But most of your project, if it says project, it's gonna be under the older tab. Now, some readings might be under Explore occasionally, because it's like a document that's helpful when you're learning the information. But it just, mostly it's gonna be under library.
Place you going through the Explore with them.
Exactly. So that's like a lot of teachers that I work with in Greenville, South Carolina, and they're doing project-based learning. So they just look at Elaborate and then fill in the gaps as they need to.
This is one question. Teach yourself.
So one of the really nice things about the model lesson tab is if you're just looking for resources to supplement what you're already using in your classroom, under that, normally where the Explore section is, it has links to the video segments, graphic organizers, reading passages, whatever we recommend that you use during the Explore in one box. So this is under the model lesson. And for this specific model lesson, it's session 1. So you've got your Engage and then your Explore. I always think of, so if I were building a lesson just using Discovery Education, typically what we do every day is we engage our students, like whether you do an opening question or warm up or whatever you do to get them started in the morning, right? And then you typically do some type of direct instruction, which is your Explore tab essentially. And then you find some way to apply what you taught them. So whether it's a graphic organizer or a project that takes more than one class period, right? You figure out how to apply the information. So I would say it like in an ideal world, every day I'm doing something engaging, something exploring, and something explaining. Okay, so typically what I would recommend is since you're already doing those steps in your classroom, if you want to integrate more from Discovery, then I would look at those 3 tabs to integrate more from Discovery. Now, if you are like a big project-based learning person, then I would definitely look at the Elaborate tab because that's what you're already doing in your classroom. But the easiest way to start using it is to look through the model lessons, or if I just want things to supplement direct instruction, then I'm probably going to look under my Explore tab and figure out what I could use from the Explore tab. Now, the other thing that you can do as you get used to using Discovery is doing the keyword search at the top. But like I said, unless you check the box for textbook only, this is going to bring up more than just the textbook. So if you get overwhelmed by the amount of resources on the textbook, I would not use that keyword search because it's going to overwhelm you if you're already overwhelmed by the textbook. Okay. Now, if I did the keyword search and I wanted to do Egyptian society, since that's what we were looking at, what you want to do is just like on Google when you're as specific as possible when you're trying to find something, you want to do the same thing here. So I typed in Egyptian society. I know that I'm teaching 6th through 8th grade, so I'm going to click that. You can also click textbook only here if you want only things that are in the textbook, but in this case, I'm looking outside the textbook to find other things. But let's say that I want some lesson materials, so some pre-made lessons on Egyptian society, and I want it to be a constructed response because I need my students to write today. Then I can just look for constructed responses that are tagged with the words Egyptian society. Okay, so in this case, it's bringing up things that people who don't have the textbook may have made, as well as resources available to people who have the textbook. So that's a good way to search if you don't want to search through the actual textbook itself to find your topic, and you're just looking for one video or one resource. Do we all know about the quick list in my content? So if I want to save this to use next period, I'm going to hit on the plus sign, and then it'll be down here in my quick list, and Allison's been busy because she's got 46 in there. Okay, and if I want to get rid of it, by the way, 72 is the maximum. I spend a lot of time in airports and I get bored. 72 people, 72, and you can't put any more in there. Okay, so I'm going to exit out of that just in case she doesn't want to actually use that. And then if I want to save it to use like next semester, next year, then I'm going to do add to my content from here. Now, you'll also see on this drop down menu something called add to builder. That's what we're going to look at today, is those builder tools. Okay.
I want to ask you, how did you get the types up there?
One on the left.
These, you get constructed and resources.
Oh, right. You have to click on a grade level first,
Right.
and then you click on one of these. Your types will come up. So even if I clicked on videos, my types are there.
Okay.
So you have to do both clicks,
Click on the text, okay.
and then you'll get the types. It's nice too, because when you do the videos, you can choose closed captions. So like I had a lot of students who wanted the closed captions, so I can make sure that I have a closed caption video, or I can make sure that I have a video that I can edit, or a video that has a teacher's guide. A lot of times the teacher's guides though are or in Spanish. A lot of times the teacher's guides, we bought United Streaming, if you recognize what that is. So we bought United Streaming, so a lot of the video guides that came with those United Streaming videos are on here. So sometimes you'll find a video guide and you're like, this doesn't seem that forward thinking in Discovery Education, and it's because we literally just snacked everything on here that was on United Streaming. But it's nice, especially for like a sub day, because then you've got kind of your video guide for the whole thing.
No, so these are the videos, if I click Spanish, it will be in Spanish.
Yes. It's bringing up the Spanish version. Well, this one is not in Spanish, but it's probably tagging it because there might be Spanish words in it because it's about Mayan society. But also what you can do, see how each of these has Spanish version in parentheses? What I would do too is just up here where I typed in Egyptian society, I would type Spanish version next to that, and it will bring up the Spanish versions.
And we're going to grow it, speaks.
And the whole textbook can be translated into Spanish too.
And that's what we've been using.
Good.
I didn't know those videos.
Yeah, the videos are too. Now, in the textbook, if we have a Spanish version of the video, it will be in Spanish. If you translate the textbook to Spanish, the little like info blurb at the bottom of the video will be in Spanish, but sometimes the video isn't in Spanish if we don't have a Spanish version.
Okay, because all those videos.
Because we don't have a Spanish version of everything. So, for the videos, I mean, because those dated and we didn't go back and remake them. Okay. Are we feeling kind of okay with reviewing our navigation? Okay. So what we're going to focus on today is the board builder and the assignment builder. So what we're going to do first is we looked at our agenda kind of already. Okay. So we're looking at multiple media types. We're going to talk about student readiness and learning style. You've already got classrooms of students in my classroom, so we've already got one of those figured out. And we're gonna learn how to assign media directly to students if you're not already doing so. Okay. So our guiding questions, I'll give you a second to read. So we're looking at creating digital assignments, right? And we're looking at effective digital learning. So one of the things that I actually really like about Discovery is that even though we're a company that focuses on technology in the classroom, there are still lots of ways where you don't have to use technology for your instruction to be effective. So some of the things that I enjoy telling people about are the SOS strategies on the website, which are ways that you can use one piece of media and whole class instruction. And the kids are still engaging with a piece of digital media, but it's not all engagement on their iPads or their laptops. So keep that in mind as we go through today. Just because they have technology in their hands doesn't mean it's being used effectively, and it also doesn't mean that it's the best way to teach that material. So if you will go to this web address for me, this is our Padlet where you can post any questions that you may have if I don't get to them. It also has my email address on it. And what you're going to do is you're going to create a note on the Padlet. You can hit the pink plus sign in the bottom corner, or you should be able to double click anywhere. And you'll see the prompt that we're going to use is already on the Padlet. So what you guys are going to do is brainstorm what effective digital learning in social studies looks like. So it does not have to be Discovery. Like, I know that I work for Discovery, but like I'm using Padlet and I don't work for Padlet, right? So it does not have to be Discovery related. It can be examples of times that you had effective digital learning in your classroom. It could be things that you heard of that are effective as far as digital learning in social studies. Like I said, no limitations. Okay, so what does effective digital learning look like? If you need to edit your post, when you hover over it, there's a little pencil in the corner.
Well, somebody said before they finished, they just said using the tech food, like they're talking to their food about. Just using the book.
Pens for you guys. You guys are lucky I had a stash hidden at home. They ran out of pens. And they have a smart end if you like iPads or if you have a big old pen. All right. I'm gonna pull up our Padlet. All right. So, anybody have one that they're especially proud of that they want to share instead of being voluntold? Don't all talk at once. What about exploring the content at their own pace? What does that mean?
We have the students kind of on their own, they have different tasks that they need to complete, and they have to go through it on their own, and they're learning at their own pace. Collaborating, the activities, after they're finished reading, we go on to do some parallel.
Cool. Anything else? I'll pick another one. Don't you worry. We have 7 people and 4 posts.
I don't either.
Do what?
I'll just piggyback off of what Jessica said,
Okay.
because we work together, but, we use the tech book just to drive instruction, and we create these task boards, and the kids work at their own pace, and then we pull a small group to work with the kids that are needing more individualized instruction. And really, we become more facilitators, and the kids are learning. It's an individualized pathway for the kids to kind of go on their own and explore on their own. And we found that the student engagement is really much better, and classroom management has been much better when we are facilitators and we're kind of letting them do their own thing.
I like using the word facilitators, right? And I'm glad they put classroom management in this slide. That's always a really good side effect of that. Anybody else?
I think the engagement piece is higher, but I think the one thing that I found with it is we still, and I know facilitating, I think we still have to do a lot of, especially at the 6th grade level, tying it together for them. Because a lot of times they'll watch a video, but they may not completely understand what they need out of the video. So I think the next part is there needs to be some discussion and being able to apply what they should have pulled out of there. I know that this year one of the big things, because I do a lot of the project-based as well. One of the things is they're so used to having it handed to them exactly what they're supposed to learn. They really struggle at the start with, they just want to pull facts out and not take those facts then to the next level and actually apply and use them. And I know on our first project, they were nowhere close to the level of this last project has been, but it was a process to get them there because of the fact they're not used to doing that. So I think we still, especially at this level, have some of that direct teaching we have to do with them to be able to get them to that next step when we can't step away on a long basis.
Yeah, I had the same thing in 9th grade too. It was like they had forgotten everything over the summer between middle and high school. But one of the things that we always recommend doing, like when we do the center-based instruction, is to continually remind students of what the essential question is while you're doing that project-based learning. And hopefully if they keep tying that essential question in, then they'll figure out, like, I'm sure that's what you've already been doing, but they'll figure out how to incorporate the new material that they're learning into that essential question. So that's one of the things that we always look at. Also, what we're going to look at today, so as we're looking at these blog posts on the Padlet, I would like for you guys to look through, and you might have to do it in pairs since we didn't all post on the Padlet. Okay. Boo hiss. All right, so what I want you to do is look at those posts on the Padlet and see what students are doing with the information. So are they consuming the information? As in, is it like being presented to them and they're just trying to digest it? Are they communicating with each other? Are they producing and creating their own information or their own results using the information, or are they recording and collecting? So look back at your post, and as long as you're the one that posted it, you're gonna change the title of your post to one of these 4 verbs. Does that make sense? So look at what you wrote in your post, and based on what your students are doing in that post, change it to one of these titles. That's okay. So are the students producing and creating something using that information? Using the digital media, are they producing and creating? It can be more than one too. It's like,
Right.
you know what I mean?
So, you're consuming to communicate with each other, they're producing and creating.
So that would be more like if it's a research type activity.
Well, they do that.
So is this strictly with the textbook or is this just?
With the activity that you put on the Padlet. So with that board activity that you guys are talking about, one of these two. It's not just the textbook. We're just talking about how we already use it now, and then we'll talk about how to incorporate the textbook in this. So consume would be more your old school. I'm gonna stand here and like right now you guys are consuming. But you're also communicating. And you're kind of also recording and collecting. Because you're talking about your experiences. It could be more than one thing. Because ideally, like in a unit, you would do all 4 of these things with your students. Ideally. Doesn't always happen, especially when it gets towards the end of the year, but. All right. So we should have updated some of our Padlet posts. I always feel like a lot of the things that I do in my classroom are more than one of these 4 aspects. That's why I always get irritated when like somebody comes in and they're like, well, you're only on the bottom level of Bloom's. Like right in the second when I saw you for 15 minutes, you're on the bottom level of Bloom's. You know what I mean? But I could have been having my students create later in the period using what they just learned. When you only see me for 15 minutes, you don't actually know what I'm doing in my classroom. So we use a different model of Bloom's during this presentation, which I actually really like. Okay. So looking at this, take a second and see how it's a little bit different. I know. What? Do we not like circles? So how is it different?
They constantly circles around, you're laughing.
It's just the way you said it. What you said was so funny though. Just a matter of fact, it's a circle.
It's cyclical, not just a circle. It's a circle, it is a circle. It's cyclical, right? And then it's still recognizing lower order versus higher order. But I like this because it's more how it influences the other side of the circle, right? So if you took out one piece, it wouldn't be a cycle anymore. So if we're using something like this, what would we be doing? How could this reflect on our practice?
sure that we hit all the parts.
So you're reviewing. You're making sure that they understand it, then they're applying it, and then it's the higher level.
I think once you get into a problem-based idea, it's definitely going to continue to that, because as you guys know, as you're into it again, they start getting all these new questions, and those new questions are going to take you back a lot of times, because it makes you knowledge, and you start the whole thing over and over.
And like you were saying, that you've had to sometimes fill in the gaps for them. I think that this kind of allows for that, right? Like, I like this because it kind of makes me feel like there's no shame in being on the remembering stuff. Because in this, I know that I'm gonna get to creating. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel quite as bad, like, having to do that 15 minutes of PowerPoint, because they might not know the information and they have to know it so that they can get to that next level. So what we're doing today is we're gonna look at Board Builder, which you guys are already doing kind of a board.
Yeah, but it would be nice to be able to do it on here as opposed to having to create all of our own.
Right.
It takes forever.
So what we're gonna look at is the Board Builder, which is a good place for you to put multiple activities that can cover all of these parts of groups in one place. Okay. All right. So now what I want you to do, not to throw another wrench in it, is to look at the titles that you put on your Padlet post and look at what section of Bloom's it would fit under.
So you can edit your post, you can actually talk to each other.
If you're so inclined. Otherwise, we could just sit in silence staring at each other for the next 5 hours. That's okay for me. That works well for me.
Well, yeah, that's what you do.
It's one for each of these. So which Blooms do you think you use the most? When I was teaching, to be honest, it was probably knowledge and comprehension. Because even though they did all of the ancient civs in middle school, I was constantly reviewing it in ninth grade. Like, they would remember Mesopotamia, and they obviously remember ancient Egypt because they do some cool activity like making a mummy, or like one of those Caduceus things, right? But that was like it. So I probably did a lot of knowledge and comprehension, a good bit of synthesis and evaluation. So think about what you use the most or the least. And what I would challenge you to do, since this is a cycle and you want to use everything, is to look at the section that you don't use that much and try and create an assignment today for that section. So for me, I did not like letting go of control in my classroom. Like the project-based learning, I could not handle it. Like, it was not my thing. It was really difficult for me to go towards project-based learning. So that would be something that I would focus on, were I in the classroom doing these activities today. Okay, so think about what you don't do that much and try and create something for that. Not because the other stuff is unimportant or less valuable, but just because it is a cycle and you want to push yourself and push your students. Okay. So if you will type in this tiny URL for me, I handed you a graphic organizer. This is a board that looks at assignments, which are what you can create through Discovery Education.
And I had one of those games.
So what you're gonna do is explore one of these assignments. You can explore more than one if you want. Okay, but you're gonna just explore this and use that to fill out this graphic organizer. So you're gonna look at the types of media that are in that assignment, the learning tasks, what the students need to do, the instructional needs. So think about your student who only speaks Spanish or somebody who has an IEP, and then your organization. So how is the assignment organized? Because what you're gonna do today is create your own assignments. So you're kind of using these as inspiration. And I have plenty more of these obviously, so don't be afraid to write on them. And I'll also post this on the Padlet while you guys are looking through the assignment so that you can have a copy of it as well. Okay? Alright, so I'm gonna set a timer for 10 minutes to start looking through, and then we'll come back together. And if you want another one of these, I'm just gonna leave them here and you're welcome to grab them to your heart's content. So remember, the idea is that you will build an assignment in just a little bit. So you're looking at this assignment from the perspective of how would I do this differently? And if you want to work with someone else, you are welcome to, as always. Sorry.
No, I'm not that lower.
You can give her the Padlet address too. Well, I guess she can probably see it if she's watching.
This is where the students leave their comments.
Yep. so this is just an example Padlet
Okay.
that students would do. So you would just create, just like I created this Padlet, you would just create your own Padlet to use for this activity. And Padlet's free and you can make as many as you want, so. We use it a lot, I think it's easy. You can also moderate it, if you can. You can make kids log in, yeah, exactly. So if your kids create accounts, then you can see, you have to create accounts to make money anyway, but if they create accounts, you can see their accounts. You can password protect it too. It's under the options.
Sometimes it's like a pain to apply classes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You have to
Multiple
Right,
tablets and,
yes.
yeah,
get it, keep it straight.
technology just has to be like that. I always felt like it through classes. Better than not having it. You know, if we were in a classroom with students, that would be gone by the end of the day. Yes. Every time I got a like brush bucket tip, she was just like, thank you. Yeah, they're always up there. They knew there was a fresh box available.
So are you pulling all of this information from
The tech box.
Okay.
Yeah, or like I said, that from search at the top, the search at the top, if there was a specific topic that you wanted it in, then that. And I'll show you guys, there's actually under the professional learning section, there's a resource library where if you want a specific type of resource, you can look in the library. And that way you don't have to use that search bar or seek and find in the textbook. So. But like I said, this is just for you to gather ideas on organization and. Once you create an assignment, click on the arrow next to that. I didn't mean to listen to it, but I can show you on the arrow right next to the plus. And then if you click on share, that's the link that you would copy and paste it.
Because that's,
Well, I don't know if you have a Canvas button, but just copy that, and then that's the share link. So you can share things to Google Classroom. That share link works with Schoology. We're trying to get an actual share button with Schoology if you like that.
will you actually be able to type right on that, tool?
Yes. So what you'll have to do is, so if you have assigned it to them, and then you send them that link, so if you assign it to them through Discovery, then you send them that link. And what it'll do is it'll have them log in when they click on the link. Exactly. So all they'll have to do is like click the login button, because their information will already be in the two fields. And then they just have to log in, and if you've assigned it to them through Discovery, Discovery keeps track of what they fill in. And you have to go back and grade anything that's like short answer yourself, but it'll be in there,
But
yeah.
they wouldn't, if you put the link in the Canvas, you wouldn't worry about it, so.
You don't have to log in, just on it.
That's right.
It'll go through.
Because that would be a big thing, that's a big thing. So, like, it's not-
Logistics.
So, how do you be in Discovery?
I didn't have those questions.
Okay, so this is explore page one, that link brought me here.
Yes.
So then how are these questions on there like that? Because ours typically don't look like that.
Your assignments don't look like that?
Or it's typically it's just reading. So.
Oh, like in
Oh, it's
general.
just how that page is.
It's just because that's a geography page. So a lot of the,
Don't have the questions like that.
right, but what you're looking at is that there's sections on geography, so there's also the geography of Asia. The Egypt one?
She's-
Click that,
So,
Oh, you're looking, this is live. This is in the world geography tab. So you're looking at the world history, and this is a different textbook. But you could take stuff from this textbook and put it in one assignment. You know what I mean? Because when you get the social studies, you can do it. Like you have US history, world history, and world geography. So the way to do that, if you want to go back to your home page, like just click on, just scroll up for me. Actually, click right there where it says world geography, and I'll show you how to do it.
It's still.
There's switch words right there, and you can choose the courses. So if you're doing a section on geography, then I would look at the world geography textbook. You know,
So.
or like for your ancient civilization, since geography is one of the features, you know, you could do like an activity on geography in there, an activity on society in there, an activity on art and architecture,
That is,
and use that section of that textbook.
yes, that's the investigation project.
you're gonna show us how you made that board, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
How to make the assignment,
Yeah.
we'll go over that. This was just for you to get ideas and see what layout you liked or what, you know,
I like that, yeah, a lot.
what things you would like to include in an assignment. You're fine. Are you okay?
So that one's.
Yes, if you include the space in this. No.
Then you can just go and
Yes. Also, like another good thing to do since you guys use Google is to do like a Google form for them to put their answers into and include that in the assignment. I like doing that a lot too. So you can like do your questions in the Google form and then they use that one Google form to complete the whole assignment. And then you just link to the stuff in Discovery on Discovery.
And then we can just canvas.
So then, that's how you read.
Yeah, well, of course, and I mean, it's literally, you have to just think of how it works best for you. Like I help people with my Google Forms a lot, because people do that. Schoology is really difficult, sometimes you guys do. But, all right. So what did we see that we liked or didn't like? We hated it all, go home, Sarah.
Did you make these then?
I did not make these
Okay.
assignments, but I am gonna show you how to make assignments, don't worry.
Before we rip them,
I didn't make them. Now, keep in mind though, typically what we do at these is we give you like the most material that you could possibly use. So if it's literally it is overkill. Like,
Yeah.
that's the point, is that we're trying to show you as much as you can possibly do. That's like when we do the centers, which is the second session. Like the centers, one center for the way that they did the centers would take my students 87 minutes. Like, and there are 7 centers. So, you know, like we literally give you the most, we give you the most possible so that you can get a view of what all of the potential is. So, but yes, rip it apart, it's fine.
One of the things we were talking about was the learning objectives, we'd have to make them more kid friendly, especially for our 6th graders.
For sure.
Every week.
So shortening the learning objectives. And you
I
guys
feel like
probably already have objectives.
There's a lot on one page,
Yeah.
like for the assignment, and like for special ed kid, they would be like 2 dozen and they open it up.
So the nice thing too is you could make more than one assignment. Like you could have a special ed version of the assignment, like a less cognitive load version, if you will, for some of your students. That's not too hard to do because you can just copy the assignment and then edit it on Discovery. And I'll show you how to do that too. And the reason you're looking at these are great things to notice because this is to influence what you built here today. So we know that our objectives need to be more student friendly and we need shortened assignments probably. Anything else? Now, some of the assignments have sections, so those titles, right? the like red titles that you're looking at probably, you have to add a section every time you want a new title. So I'll show you how to do that when we go over the assignment builder too. So pay attention, I guess, that's what I meant by the organization, is how it's laid out and what they have in each section. Okay. All right. Okay, so we filled out our graphic organizer, kind of. This graphic organizer is actually really good to use as you look at the assignment that you create. So we'll use the same graphic organizer and look at each other's assignments as we're creating them, so that we can get some constructive feedback from each other during sessions. Okay. Social studies type of. You're fine.
What instructional needs the needs the teacher has? Or
The needs of the student.
the needs of the student? So can you give me examples?
So if I needed a Spanish version of the assignment, or I
Well, like
needed,
that teacher.
exactly,
Can you assign these to different kids then?
yes.
Is that
So-
all of the kids?
While we're looking at this assignment, I'll just show it to you. If you scroll up, if you're still in the assignment, if you scroll up to we were tiny. Oh no, it was different, wasn't it? SSTD maximized. All right, so right here in the corner, whenever you have a resource that you can assign or add to the quick list or add to my content, it will have this plus sign and this arrow next to the title or next to the resource. Okay, so I'm gonna click on the arrow and I'm gonna assign a classroom or student. And from here, just gonna fill this out so that we can see the classes. I can select one class. And if I deselect all the students, I can select specific students to complete the assignment as well. And it has instructions for how to select right there. So if you made an ESL version and you only needed to assign it to your ESL students or ELL students, then you could select just those ELL students. Okay. So that was just right here, the arrow, and then assign a classroom or student. All right. Any other questions?
I put in the Padlet when they're submitting things because I was doing something, I don't know, answering questions. Are you as a teacher, are you email when they come? If somebody's doing it late, they were absent, how are you notified, or do you just have to keep going back and checking?
You can set notifications on the Padlet. It's on that settings page.
Oh, not on the Padlet, on the assignment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Investigation.
It will show up under your classroom results. Excuse me, class results. Results by class is what the actual wording is. Under classroom manager, it says results by class and it'll show up under there. Now you can set a lot of these things so that when you create it, you can select email notifications when modified, but that will notify you every time it's modified, like forever and ever. So it's up to you whether you want to set that notification or not. So if you're only going to use that assignment with one class and then copy it next semester for a different class, then you can do that. All right. So we shared out a little bit and we talked about challenges or obstacles or what we thought that we would need to change when we do our assignments. Any other observations on the assignments that you looked at? All right, so what I'm going to show you really quick is a place where you can find a resource library. So if you looked at one of those interactives and you really liked it, this is a place where you can go and find just that type of resource. So you can obviously use the keyword search at the top of the screen, but we also have libraries for specific types of resources through the website. So you're gonna click on professional learning at the top, and then you're gonna click on strategies and resources. And I'll do it on the screen as well. So I'm gonna click right here where it says professional learning. And I'm gonna click on strategies and resources. And then I'm gonna scroll down. And I see social studies textbook right here. And now what I see is resource libraries. So if I want a graphic organizer to put on my assignment, I can go here and see all the graphic organizers. If I want an investigation, which means my students are doing a web-based activity, like it's all in the tech book, then I'm gonna go here and look through investigations. If I want an outline map, I can go here for outline maps. So let's say that I do want an investigation, so I'm gonna click on that. And instead of me having to click in on my own, this has brought up that same page that I would do if I did my keyword search, right? Because I've got my textbook only, my interactives, and then my investigation. And it's just leading me straight there. So this is a good alternative to kind of explore through and find things that you can include in your assignment. Obviously, if you would rather look through the textbook to find these things, it's completely up to you. This is just an alternative way to search. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through building the assignment really quick. And then we will take some time to actually sit and build. I like giving people planning time because that's what's important to me. So that's what I give to you, because that's what I would want if I were in your position. So if you will click with me, just to give you an example. So I am going to, let's actually search for something. So we were doing ancient Egypt. So I'm gonna type in ancient Egypt and click search. And then I'm gonna do my 6 through 8. And I'm gonna do lesson materials because what I'm looking for is a pre-made assignment. Let's see, graphic organizer, content collection, lesson plan, instructor response, quiz. I'm looking for the word assignment.
Can you narrow it down in the search for ancient Egypt or no?
Yeah, it doesn't say assignment though,
Oh.
so I'm just kind of looking through. But what I could do is, let's do one of these graphic organizers. Here we go. All right, so I'm gonna select Geography of Egypt, main idea web. And I'm going to add this to the assignment builder. So just to kind of give you an idea of how you can edit a pre-existing assignment. Okay. So I did, you can pick anything on there, but I picked this Geography of Egypt main idea web. It's actually a very generic graphic organizer. They've just titled it Egypt. So I'm gonna click my little arrow. Are you still kind of with me? And then I'm gonna click Add to Builder tool. And I'm gonna click Assignment Builder and I'm gonna create. Give me a thumbs up if you're looking at this page on your screen. Your page. So you're gonna enter your assignment title, and you can just put like test assignment, or if you actually want to use this Make Idea Web, you're welcome to use it in an actual assignment. Okay, so that's perfect. Just click on the arrow right there, and then do add to builder. And now create an assignment.
So what, okay, this is what I picked originally. I picked this, this, with all these videos.
Oh, so that's a content collection on Maya in general. So all of these are options.
So if I went to here,
Uh-huh.
and I add it to, I have to put it here.
So you can add, I would add this to your content.
I would do this.
So that, and then do add to my content. Because now what you're gonna do is add this content collection so that you can access it later. Does that make sense?
Is it, can I break it apart and do individual
Yes.
ones?
And you click on individual videos.
So if I want like this one, this is my builder.
So click on the arrow just for that video, right?
And
And then add to builder.
add to it. So then I have to go through
And then
this.
assignment.
Okay.
Now, if you're making a board, what I would do, we'll talk about board building in a second now. I would add all of these things into your quick list, and then you can drag and drop onto boards.
Okay.
But for this, we're just gonna do one resource with the assignment. Okay, so I'm gonna name this one test so that I know. You didn't name it test, did you, Allison?
No, I named that Ancient Egypt.
Okay. That way I know which one to delete later. Okay, and 6th or 7th? 6th. And then I'm gonna do social studies. So this is what, somebody was asking about when you would know they edited an assignment, right? That would be what you click. So receive email notifications when an assignment is updated. Now, that means that you will get an email for every time that they edit it as they're doing it. Like you'll get an email for every student submission, so you might get 90 emails if you see 90 students, right? But that's where you'll click it. So I normally don't recommend that people click that because my inbox already has enough emails in it without me getting an email every time a kid turns in an assignment. But that's just me. So now I would have to pick somewhere to save it. I'm just gonna save it to my content in general. I recommend that you have content folders, but this way I don't have to search for it when I go back to delete it. Okay. And now from here, you can edit your instructions. You can edit your objectives. So I would type in my learning objectives, right? And then you just type in your descriptions for each of these things. Now from here, I would be able to add additional resources. So I've got my graphic organizer here. So this is the graphic organizer that I picked to be part of this assignment. And you see my graphic organizer right here. Now what I might want my students to do is read the passage on geography in ancient Egypt and watch the video. So complete the web graphic organizer using these two resources. What I would do is go to my content and find the resources, I'll just use this, that I want my students to use. And here's a place where you can also add web links. So if I wanted my students to fill out the answers on a Google form, then I can include the link to the Google form here. Okay, I can include additional pictures here. You can upload your own stuff into your content and put your own activities on an assignment. So if you have a PDF that you already use that you really love, you can upload that to my content and put on the assignment. There are all kinds of things that you can put into the assignment. And every time that you saw those red headings on that other assignment, that's a new section. So I'm just going to click Finish Editing. And what I would do for each of those headings is click add section. So in my mind, I see this as, okay, when I taught ancient Egypt, we did the features of civilization for each ancient civ, right? So we did the geography of Egypt, the society of Egypt, social structure, religion of Egypt, art and architecture of Egypt, all of those things, right? We did them for all the River Valley civilizations. So if I were doing this, then I would do each of these sections, one of those titles. And my students would be exploring each of those characteristics, if you will, of ancient Egyptian civilization. Does that make sense? So I would just add a section for each of those.
We can see this.
There's a little box that says display to students, and you would click that box so that they see that section. And it's at the bottom of each of the sections that you create.
So you have to click that box for them to be able to see the assignment. Yes.
Well, that part of the assignment.
That part.
Uh-huh. And so once I finish editing this, I can click finish at the bottom, and then it will take me to the screen where I can assign it directly to my students. Or I can choose not to assign it, and it'll just save to my assignments on my account. And then you could go back and assign it later. So you might want to even choose something that you'll be working on in the spring to go on and create, and then you can just assign it when you get there in January or February.
How is this for my content?
So it would save, if you click on my content, oh, you haven't saved it yet though. So you usually save it continue. And so this is your like, hey, do you want to assign it screen? And then just do save and continue without assigning it. And it'll ask, are you sure you don't want to assign it? And we'll try and make your life easier. And click on my content. And wherever you saved it, so there at the bottom, the A, the red A, that's it. And then where it says actions, right here, if you click on that box, you can assign it. So assign.
So the students would just go into their assignments on here to open it.
So when they log in, they'll just click on that orange tab that says assignments, and it will be there on the date that you assign it for. So like, make sure that you assign it, if you want them to do it that day, assign it for that day. Like if you were to assign something for them to start tomorrow, that they needed to do tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll be able to see it today. And then if you do like at my school, we had, they had the whole quarter to turn in late work. So if you did something like that, you would want to put the end date as the end of the quarter so that they would have access to it until the end of the quarter, even if you gave them a different due date on the board or on your website, on Canvas or on their agenda. Does that make sense? Because you want them to still be able to go in up to the last minute, of course, because that's when they turn in. All right. So I am here to help you build your assignments. So what I would like for you to do is kind of start putting resources together. You have to put the resources into my content. You can search from the assignment builder, but that's going to be difficult. So what I would do is go through into the textbook or into that resource library, or just use your keyword search at the top and start putting together your resources. If you want to work on one computer, like if you teach the same content and want to do the same assignment, I will also show you how to share at the school level so that you can share with each other. Okay, so you're welcome to work together on an assignment. You cannot edit simultaneously, but I will show you how to share once you have created it. It's not as fancy as Google Docs. Okay, so we're gonna actually take a large chunk of time, which is 30 minutes. If you wanna take a break really quick before you get into it, I'm gonna put 40 minutes on the timer, so it'll include a 10-minute break anywhere in your editing time. Sound good? Okay.
similar. We're not always like,
That's I'm looking at this computer. It's a tiny thing.
it's how he's supposed to have it. And I need to see. Yeah. No, that's, I need to see it lesson plans.
And then she gives them like a website.
No, front load is not.
Those planning,
Yeah,
right?
you have to do it. Figure out what it's gonna be, where they're at. So that's what I had. This time, this time. Otherwise, we have
They get stuck on like one section.
Yeah, just take it, realizing.
Now, if you find assignments in the textbook, you can copy those too. Because we have some pre-existing assignments, you just have to copy my content and then edit it. It's the same arrow for all that stuff.
Whatever they do. Yeah, we're doing once.
I just thought that was one
Yeah. And I'm done when I was like, really, really, you know, there's Sarah, you know, we all got together and teach. What is your? I'll use the Explorer. Have used the Explorer? We did one for, yeah. Show me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They were, verifying it. To make sure that everyone's accurate. Yeah.
You didn't do that. You didn't do any Apple ones, or you just only
Let's see.
So if we want to build an assignment on ancient Rome, where would you, I mean, there's so much.
Okay, you want to do it on Rome? What's
And what if we wanted to do like a DBQ?
Okay, so what I would do if you're gonna do a DBQ on Rome is select the essential question that you want your DBQ to follow. So one of those questions.
Then you're gonna do North America. China would be. China would be really just so first one.
I always feel like
Greece.
a good DBQ would be the fall of the Roman
I
Empire.
was gonna say
Because
that.
the causes of the fall are always.
It's like our DBQ.
And we used to actually compare the causes of the fall of Rome to models that our government has today. There's a lot of them are very similar.
Yeah.
So what I would do is on the Leading Empire section, click on 5Es for me. And what we're gonna do is look under the elaborate section, because that's where our primary and secondary sources are gonna be listed. So that can be our essential question for the assignment. And then if you scroll down, there should be a document-based investigation. So click on that. And you can launch that, or where it says resources, you've got your primary and secondary. So you can look there, since these are resources that match that question, you can look there and find resources to support your assignment. Now, if for this assignment, you would also need it to give background information, you can look in the Explore tab and look for the section with the title of causes of developers. Okay. And when you find something that you like if I wanted to use that picture of orange, then once again, I can go and add that to my content. And what I would do maybe in your case is make a folder like Rome assignment as the folder name and put everything in that folder so that I know where to go when I go to the assignment folder. Does that make sense? And then you have to, yeah. And so then I would look through those resources and see what cultures would work best for my assignment. And it could be pictures, it could be, I mean, it doesn't all have to be written documents, obviously. You could even use, actually what would be good is to use a video to give them background information and then have them look at the documents. So they're not overloaded with reading.
Which tab are you on?
Or explain like
Yeah. I don't, I'm a lot of classes, so yeah.
You want a
And a lot of them are kind of generic, they've just paired them with different sections of text. The very good page probably. They normally do it like right as they're because they're trying to have a session outside of St. Louis.
Yeah.
What are you guys gonna
Well.
I know.
If you guys can, John, on the next
Do what? I'm sorry.
if you guys can, John's on thing, when they're gonna get up music preparation on this. Right now, it's just running school.
US history would not high school. US history is high school, and we just finished civics and economics.
Yeah, I got a chance to look at them.
I'm in the lesson, the model lesson. So it's the model lesson, section 2.
Although
Scroll down.
it might be that since you guys have
Nine
like
cities.
middle school, then you
Nine.
only see the middle school.
Yeah, I don't know if
Oh, really?
But I know it's high school in US history.
I'm.
And for me, like I taught ninth grade, so the world history is plenty difficult.
The other three groups. were multi-
No, what I normally do is the smallest bracket, so if I know that I'm doing, like if I know that I don't go past reconstruction, then I would pick the reconstruction one. You know what I mean? Cause it's kind of like a survey textbook versus a specific textbook.
Yes, she said you can upload, no. So you can
It's
create
hard to
your
have
own.
all the things change.
Have you done with the PDF? Can you edit the graphic organizers and change the wording on it?
Not the pre-made ones. Now, PDF editors exist online. Yep, which is what I use. So if you wanted to do like a white box over that, then that's an option. But that's the only way that you can edit them. Some of them, I mean, they're very generic, I know, because they kind of use the same.
Well, it's just the one we were looking at, two of the tribes that we mentioned now is we studied.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's why it would not be beneficial. But if we can edit them, it would be.
Oh, because you guys are doing the best over there. Right. There's more people who are like listening in on the computer probably.
Lesson one?
Model lesson one. If you click on the map, notice there's not one check. Yeah, that's what that's.
Have not, um,
It's small, yeah.
I know, I just saw that. I was like,
play some music. Any preferences? Or no music? I didn't know if you had a preference for the type of music.
I've been playing sounds of music even in my classroom.
Well, my last session, they were like, "Oh, can we do Christmas?" And I was like, "Yes, please." But I didn't know if you would be offended by that, so that's why I was asking in advance. You know, you have to be careful in education.
Yourself.
It didn't connect. Hold on. Speaker keeps turning off.
Very quick.
Merry little Chris. At your heart.
You guys are quiet. You're a quiet group. You guys are quiet ones.
So what would you do for us in with this, if you ever use it? Since you do the boundaries, what are you gonna take from that? Right now, I didn't bring that.
It's here that lends itself to it, because like, for example, that one I used on, early Henry, lends itself beautifully.
Right.
So that's why I put it, there's too much stuff all I'll use that look at it.
But same thing, this is not gonna have enough information to use. To make this slowly by itself,
Oh, you're using your board?
No,
unless you do
you have something,
little.
what's she talking about, something?
Yeah.
So this is a.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna use
This is not the.
your Google board and just do this. Okay. Yeah, you gotta do what works.
This is not enough material to teach this year.
That's
Are
right.
you gonna
Not.
Yeah, I completely understand. Why does it keep turning off? The speaker might be dead.
So we just working on it.
Each group has a specific.
You don't have to worry about it.
So that one group had one
And then share each other.
Specific.
I took notes on it. We got all that to do. Right.
No.
That's experience.
What we just would take or have it. I mean, right now. Well, that's not fixed. And I said, well, your presentation said they started school at 11. So the heck, or something you should do in the first year. Before you say, I'll be fixing that.
So it was a.
Yeah, we teach it anyway. We're gonna have to supplement.
You could almost divide it into.
Did you even supplement digital back in the main lessons on each category or not?
Yeah, what I did is after I did, there were two groups that was going to stop it. I did them through and hit the key points, I wanted to make sure that they were covered and talking and stuff, and took out questions. So it's.
And do you know rubric? Or did the presentation?
This is
Are you gonna use that for? Anything else there?
I would.
Could you have a research on for it? We have overkill. About 50, 12, 15 each class. And then that way we can always do
And
it.
then you go back and tie it in. Because that was my first, the first.
So I'm just wondering if there's oh, yeah.
There's no synthesis, and they're talking about not just reading the slides. There's a lot of work for the slides, which is fine.
Oh, it's something about.
We're working.
I was like, oh.
That's why I'm vibrating the phone there. The system say the geography was
Which I get that in every, those are the topics I do.
and then like I said, now I got the one from Mesopotamia, I'm gonna put the Egypt, and it's just like, you know, put high, like the hierarchy. Social classes. And you're just like three little holes. Just so much
So my concern is college information with the education, probably use your school class. Because I can see that college information. Okay. Well, education is not
Some of them have that, it just depends, like some of them have a rubric. But it'll be in the teacher's guide, so if there was a teacher's guide with that, it should be in the teacher's guide. There you go, scoring rubric. So it's not as specific as you probably want it to be, like it's not saying what words they need to include, because when I grade writing, I typically look for like vocab words or something, you know?
the teacher.
But it does,
We need to look at these.
it's nice to get different students.
I know.
You don't have any, as far as why they shall.
Because I'm choosing groups, too.
So I have any section of areas, comparison, start comparing the marks with others.
Are you guys just social studies? Just science.
Do you teach how to use source code? Or second language No, can they see posters? They can do whatever.
Okay, that's it. Just checking, so I was sure that I was thinking of others.
And how do you guys do walk on it? I'll show you that time we're doing stuff, and I can show you what that's stuff. We'll do that like just before lunch probably, and just like aside and show you how to search other stuff. Only because there is, because you guys have streaming, so you can find resources for these other people to study.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna ask, if we don't have streaming, we don't have.
They pretty much go hand in hand, like you, so streaming is always based on the basic membership is streaming, and then, people add on. So typically, if people have anything, they have at least.
Yeah, see, and that's one thing that just. Do we want to continue streaming?
Yeah.
Because the things with that, if they didn't do our streaming subscription, we still have the technical costs.
And you still have all those resources.
You would, even to the. That's what I'm.
You only have to
Some
see
guys
those.
decided-
So like when you search for Technic only, that's all that you would get.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have access to language arts and that.
But we would have to the US stream.
Yes. Yeah, you have access to everything that's included in the social studies extra.
Okay.
You just wouldn't have the extra language arts or the extra science that's in stream.
Okay.
Which there is stuff in the stream. So, but it just depends on, you know, none of your, you can actually, if you're in a. You can actually view how much people use that.
Yeah, I was trying to run a
By logins. So you can add them, yeah. Yes, you do use different users.
I tried to run it earlier.
And then you would do, right,
Is that the situation?
I think it's by account.
That's where most of it's at.
It's, so you're gonna, that's your account. And then this is for the district though.
So
And
you
then
do
you
this
would want
one
to look
and
at
then you do your
social studies,
extensions?
for example, or
Or
just
do you
the
do this at the
streaming.
very end?
thought you said this
and
was
then you change it to
this was like
zero point nine.
Yeah, so I know it's just
Preloading is just setting up.
That number
I would do it.
Preloading
Yeah.
is what is
And
it?
then once you run the score.
just.
Things free source ads.
That's really big.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
But you can also do it by school, so the account is
So that way
up
there's
here,
some specific-
and then the site would be each school's control.
Your
So it
control.
might take, it might not give you the same amount of depth.
Break it down.
Yeah, if you break it down a little bit smaller, as it goes. Yeah, and so that's for the whole district, there are how much people, so it's not, and that's login, so that's like how many times people log in. So, it doesn't. So, and then it like shows you how many videos have been streaming, that kind of stuff too.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
So Teresa can never fit that. Where we took some of those facts. From this guy. So it's so bad.
Logged out.
There it is.
And we worked so hard on that verbally discussing, I'm like, so what is water out here? I'm water out here.
It's the most like,
I mean,
that's
yeah, look
what,
at
that's
that.
what you're going to get the first time.
Oh, yeah.
They're ready to go now.
All right, we got about 12 and a half minutes left for planning our assignment.
And you can do that for everyone.
I will do that.
Yeah. Yes. No, I mean, I put the last one.
It's too much.
I have to like.
I'm
see it.
serious.
Seriously, I have to. See it.
She's like, I'm like, okay, it's not. I have one side of town, I have it all like, she can scratch it out, and then I'm gonna, mostly it.
Would you want us to do this in quick weeks? I like, well, yeah, but we can do it like the bias. Have split the class up and say, okay, you have.
I also think it's stress, so I have to first one.
Switch the roles around, someone does education, someone does social stuff. Switch it.
Well, I mean, like the first round, have everybody.
So here. Which is like, it's just, I would have done, my own in the aspects of because it's different.
That's true.
That's what I would have done.
So it's the difference.
No. Timeline is done. Well, we also have the inputs, but we don't have enough information for us to do this. You're not going to. I know on my. So, and then what I'm thinking is to do this, and we can have some of these lessons here. And then
So we went over the assignment folders, so you just went through the assignment. Some of your questions. No, you're good, okay. So we're doing, just a letter and then you're welcome to try.
So, well, the society, so we choose, these we choose.
It's relatively small, so if you just find a resource, on Discovery. So if you just go to Discovery and find resources, you can add it to individuals, and then you have to log in. Just so you know. So if you want to.
So,
try
because this is honestly, if you're looking at, I
they're-
would here. To see
to the library.
So, and then we're gonna do this.
And the primary sources or secondary?
That these three have.
This is what I'm
One
saying,
of them,
this is part of the fun.
to read the back.
Yes.
It's not. So here you go, like, it's
How are we doing? Overwhelmed.
one part.
Oh. Okay. That's way too much. So if you would prefer to look at like the large resources, I can show you that. Because you can still build assignments.
And you can almost use like, you've got this picture here with the line of guides, color codex, you can almost use that as an engage activity as well. So, so showing the picture, what do you guys think? And then talking about the research part of it, okay, let's find out. So now you could use it into, because this could easily be.
But you want everybody to do.
No, but you could find something else. But this is a resource that we're giving away, that's why this is where it's kind of.
Especially third quarter. Right.
So I would. Because I would have the others that I would.
You have to figure out how it works for you.
Yeah, and that's.
That's fine.
And that thing in the house.
Yeah.
Years.
Because like, I love that one picture of.
I did not have that one.
For the museum.
Yes.
It was awesome because it was.
What there are. I like
Fantastic resource. I mean, this would be nice as a hook for the religion part.
No,
Which photo are you on?
these are my house.
I'm on my guys.
I believe it's one. Are you
It's
the,
like number 4.
did you click on the one in the
There's
bottom?
one launch, I believe.
This one? Oh, you did the launch?
Uh-huh.
And then even the different ones and the statue of the snake?
Uh-huh.
Snake is on the.
It's that fourth page from what you're looking at.
So here's, like, you got another picture
The
here with the
snake.
skulls.
And,
Was that Quetzalcoatl? No. Is that mine?
yeah.
Is
This
Quetzalcoatl
was a
mine?
chicken.
See, I give him this one. I have this one on my wall.
No, when I did the Mayan belief system, I actually did an exploration with my students where I do videos on each of the Mesoamerican civilizations.
I know. We do.
Well, I mean, and we talked about, it. Did you know what to play?
No.
You know, well, then I would-
Yeah, this is the one other thing I was doing.
Yeah, you should.
Well, I always give them. I pull up images of their bodies. I show them to them, I'm like, what is it?
Now, one of the things that you could do is you could use the pictures that you already use and these pictures and make a board just of the pictures that you want to use. And then you have them all in one place. And it's actually more simple than it sounds. Like you literally just drag and drop the pictures onto the board and then you're good to go. Instead of pulling up different. We got 7 minutes left.
Need to cut it in.
Oh, because that's our new show, it's not, it's.
But you take the information that's presented, so.
Because, and what's funny is they keep one step. I didn't seriously. I just thought it was bad. It was a couple of- Part of it.
Yeah, because they just go fast.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying, they just want us to pass.
But the first time you do that, and you have to be.
Come on.
It's the dream. And she came in. That day when you went to the, and he was like, there was so many fat, and they were good fat, but you but you could just see the light started coming on. When we got into it, and like I said, these presentations.
Yeah, it was really cute.
Yeah.
I think they have the first time they were.
They were shell shocked.
They seem more into it too, you know, they're more receptive with it. For the first time.
Well, and I think too, I think what they like is they have one topic they're focusing on.
They're better, it was recording them, so they're. Some of those characters are.
I gave the time. All right.
How do you think I lost 25 pounds? Drinking blood.
I do, I drink it every day.
Like 40 and then like 2 or
But-
3 days.
And you guys, time was.
I found better. The first time I had the time.
And that's. I'm gonna wanna go home and I'm gonna wanna find the link. That's just me. I wanted to know where the hell is. I would be such. I have to say that. I like it.
So, large chunk of time for planning. What we're gonna do is we're gonna divide into 2 groups of 4 and we're gonna make 2 lines. 2 lines.
I didn't know that.
That's okay. 2 lines of 4. Okay, and we're gonna face each other. So we can do it here, we can do it on that side of the room, wherever you wanna do it. Doesn't matter to me. 2 lines, 2 groups of 4. Are you scooting out?
No.
Oh, okay, good. All right. So,
You don't count very well.
That's what she said, I was crazy.
She's not our math teacher.
4 and 4.
This is why we give the directions.
I asked her, nobody was.
I do that all the time, I'm not a math teacher. All right, so what you're gonna do is there's a person across from you, okay? You are going to share what you created as an assignment during our creation phase so that we can get ideas from each other. So you're gonna have a minute and a half to share with this person. And then this row, you see you're gonna move down to the end after the minute and a half, and then you're going to scoot up 1, right? So you're not talking to the same person again. Okay, and we're gonna do it 4 times. You have a minute and a half to talk to each person. And hopefully you're talking to someone that is somewhat new to you that you weren't necessarily working with. Okay? All right. So 1.5 minutes starting now.
Talk about
Yeah.
So for each check, for the check for each so that's kind of we have to go and like you get a grade at check work, so it makes you take 2.0 or 2.0. Pick that up correct, and then you have correct, and then you get 3.0. On the explain activity, and 2.0 on explore activity. And then we use those task forces to create a cognition exactly again. So the questions on the task board that makes you the assignments on the task board, like the access questions are. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna scoot one person up if you're on my left side, AKA your right, and then you're gonna run around to the end for me, ma'am. Thank you, perfect. Next person, 1.5.
Tell me what you did. But then you can say, when I open it up, so you can show your hand down and say, hey, it's 5 minutes, and that's enough.
So.
Yeah. Or you sit there, or you can just notes on their tablet or something.
All right. So, Natalie, right, we're gonna move down to the end for me.
All right, I know, I just finished reading.
You wanna start?
So what I do today is I help you task orders.
Oh, okay.
And those, people who have houses,
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
You got some good ones, though, was it, I see like.
Well, a lot of them are thinking.
Oh, okay.
I like it. I use laws. I use
Oh, okay.
I go through it. I always do right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I like
Yeah. Now, do you guys don't spend a lot of time doing that? You do it for, you right at the same time.
So, because there's so many resources, you know, they can do. I know she's got a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so many. But to try to, you know, categorize them into different options.
Right.
Right, yeah. This is our last,
Okay.
last rotation.
Hi, how are ya?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
You start.
We just finished our. So we just created, we had already created our test for 9.1, so we created a right. So that's just taking all the explore pages. And I don't even know if you're using either. So I don't know what it is. Yeah, so I know what, so I created all of those, and then I just slated some of these are a lot of ownership. Yeah. Right. So, they can choose one, there's two independent consultants she wanted to do, that's for the test board as well. And then at the end of the test board, if it's time, sometimes we don't make it like, that's the higher concentration on it. So for now,
Yeah. Especially online.
We friendly, that's why, we actually give them,
Yeah.
give it to them. And then they navigate through the textbook on that.
Okay.
So, one of them always does. How long they had to complete it, yes, it's yours, it's right. And then they finish early. And then.
So if you guys will start wrapping up your conversation, so going back to your seats, we will take 30 more seconds.
We'll be going to the steps, so I already know it's a very small environment, and when I was interaction, more loud, she was writing a lot of words, and that was small.
Would you mind sending this?
No.
Just so I can see.
Yeah.
Sure. Because people are trying to figure out how to make it student choice.
Yeah. Yeah, they have on water.
I think so, yeah.
All right, if you guys will sit back down for me.
That's all you're going to need. More details.
And hopefully you had some fruitful conversations.
We moved all the stuff.
I know. I was like, okay. So what we're gonna do next is something that's a little bit more theory-based. But it's just different ways of maybe looking at some of the common practices that we have in secondary, middle grades and secondary education. So I gave you guys two different articles. So if you will go and look at your article, there are one on rigor and there's one on guided instruction and scaffolding. So what you're going to do is read your article. What I recommend doing is jigsawing your article, meaning 4 people have the same article. So I would do one person on one page, one person on the second page, one person on the third page, 4th person on the 4th page. Okay, fronts and backs, obviously, they're not actually 4 pages front and back long. But you're going to read that article. I would divide and conquer. That's what I always told my students to do when we were jigsawing. Now what you're going to do is fill out we're going to use the high-tech version because they always make me print a bunch of handouts, and I think that's silly because we're a digital media company. I don't understand why we can't use Google Docs more. So we're going to be high-tech. You can just type in tinyurl.com/DEPD placemat. Okay, and what you're going to do is the section that you read, there's a lot of copies of the actual placemat in the Google Doc. We'll just choose one of the colors for your group. It doesn't matter which one you use. Okay. So if like this side wants to do the first slide and the other side wants to do the second slide, right, then that's fine. So you are going to put your top 3 takeaways in your corner of the placemat. So there are 4 people per group. You're gonna pick one corner and put your top 3 takeaways from your page. And then what you're gonna do as a group is figure out your top 3 takeaways from the article as a group. So the 3 things that you think are most important from your article as in a group of 4. So individually, when you read your page, your top 3, and then as a group, you're going to agree on your top 3 for all 4 of you. Make sense? Okay. So we are going to take 10 minutes. Should be enough, hopefully, to read and figure out our top 3. Okay. So you'll have to figure out how you want to divide it and then type in your top 3 as you go.
Oh, it's far, okay.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So are we?
I mean, you can pick like the 6th one if you like the number 6. It doesn't matter to me.
So I'm Sure.
I could do this page. You do this next year. I got the first page. Left out.
I have extras too, so if you want the other article, right here. Good question. I wish more of my students lived in Boston. Yeah.
Oops, I had the wrong thing.
After you guys all have to be on there, you're welcome to move on to discussing as a group to decide which three you think are the largest takeaways from the article.
We heard like drilling earlier and I was like, and then I remembered it was the door that's missing probably. It took me a second. We got 20 more seconds for the reading portion. You're supposed to actually talk and come to a consensus. And I don't hear much talking.
One of our group
So,
members is still finishing.
I'm thinking, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. So I'm thinking that
Hi.
it's okay. I have a 504 plan. No shit. Okay, so I'm thinking that what we might need to do is take about 3 minutes to come to a consensus now that we've all got our things written down. Okay, so it's like my students, like you don't talk when I want you to talk. I feel like that moment when you're like, I actually want you to talk now. Please talk. Okay, so 3 minutes to come to a consensus for that middle box.
Okay. So,
This is just for my timer. I can.
Well, mine is really, I think that each individual, each child has their own color for one left. We need to put something about individual experiences, allowing students to use critical balance on themselves. Needs. Allow students to. And in my case, we constantly want forward to keep cultural and positive. And I stopped because you're giving her time.
I'm talking about model. I see model as appropriate model.
So like the statement whether I move to the first one, the learners expecting every student to learn. I don't know, I'm done.
That's not a positive environment. I'm gonna shut down now.
and not necessarily more work. That's, you know. And I've heard a lot of teachers actually thought when they were doing, and they were serving, and it meant more work, but parents actually had the idea that this was model of thinking, so I was like, okay, how do we come to the inclusion?
I think
Something about.
It moves with the timeline and how far to push.
Straight.
So we approximate that a little bit.
You also need to put your
Are we, do we need another minute? Are we okay? Another minute?
Yes, please.
Okay. Since you're on task. I'm just kidding.
Am I the lava?
Complete aside, but both my parents have now texted me asking how cold it is today.
My dad was texting me last night, make sure you're sitting there in your car.
Yeah,
Are you
oh, yeah.
nursing your kids warmly?
Yeah.
Yes, Dad.
Yeah. They were both like, how cold is it? They knew the answer. Like they watched the news like crazy, but you know, it was funny. They're so cute. Dad said, I know, I texted my friend in Chicago to see what the temperature is.
Can we say specifically? You have the students that's.
How are we now?
Credit for their own.
Okay. All right, we're gonna do the 4 thing again, just one more time. This is called, by the way, if you want to use it with your students, divide and slide. That's what we call it. Divide into 4s and slide down the row. So we're gonna do that again because you guys read 2 different articles. In this way, you're just gonna teach each other the main points from the article really quick, okay? And give you another chance to kind of get up and talk to each other. And then we're going to do one more thing about scaffolding because that's an important thing that you've already asked about with the boards, right? So we're going to do one more thing with scaffolding, how we can do that for the assignments and the boards, and then we'll break for lunch. So bear with me. You can do it. Okay, back out into the cold. I might just stay here and eat the snacks I have in my bag instead of go outside. Is that sad? That's pretty sad, isn't it? My little North Carolina body is like, I don't know about this. All right, so if you guys will get in the 2 rows of 4 one more time. Okay, I've just got a couple of questions on a slide for you. I promise it'll only take a minute. Put you out of your comfort zone and talk to other people. Kind of. Not that you're uncomfortable, but you know. You can take the article with you if you want, but you don't have to. It'll just be like summarizing, so if you remember it, you're fine. I would take the article because I don't have to sit better here. All right. Okay, so I've got the prompts actually up here this time. So first of all, share key points. Minute.
Group responses?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do 2 minutes. All right, so we'll do scoot over one person. We'll do the same row just because it's easier. Sorry, team. So what key point resonates most with you? So we're going to do 1 minute and each have 30 seconds to share. So what key point resonates most with you? I did change the question.
Oh, no.
Tricky, tricky.
I think the
Well,
one
I like
that,
to point out,
is to
I
really
really
encourage
encourage
your
your
students to,
We
are sure they're reflecting and moving and target to positive environment. And it should be the same environment.
Yeah, big resonating point.
Because in content, we're going to do
And if you'll scoot down one more for me. All right. So I'm going to put both of the last questions up here and give you 2 minutes. So summarize rigor or scaffolding, or describe an example lesson, and or take your pick. So how could you maybe consider the example lesson that you were doing, right, earlier? How could you increase the rigor or scaffold that lesson? Okay.
All right, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, a summary of rigor. I know that
Oh, the individual that I have.
Right.
So I'm here to make sure that it's not to respond, but
That is
it's supposed to or pass the proper training.
I guess I'm kind of thinking of one of those things I wish did
Went away, we took a break, and then people on the platform, 2 times a day, we took a break in the water. And now we're.
And I know the partner break.
We did a data sheet against rules there. And now there's all we look at how to do using those.
They have obviously, yeah.
So the conversation would be that they were in records, and they get. They're still doing what they
All right, so if you'll wrap up and head back to your seats. You can go back to your seat. I said head back to your seats, but everyone was deep in discussion. All right. So usually we show this quote before you read the article, but I wanted to show it after because I wanted what you read to influence how you view the quote. So what do you think that these 3 educational psychologists found? Why did they say this?
I really think that students kind of want things, they want things to be easy, they want them handed to them and to be right there. And I think when it's learned struggle, they're learning a lot more, but they struggle with the fact that they have to
think outside the box.
In fact, they struggle with the struggle.
The struggle is real.
I think it's even more difficult when you have honors students who struggle because they're so used to elementary school getting it, like boom, boom, and I think it's something that they don't understand, and they have no skills to cope with that. They don't know how to problem solve when they don't understand something at all. So it's harder for them.
So I know that you guys know what rigor and scaffolding is, right? Because you've been in education. This is not your first rodeo, if you will. Okay. The reason that we look at those articles is just to kind of refresh ourselves and to remember that all of these awesome assignments that you're creating, you also have to consider the scaffolding and the rigor that needs to be included in those assignments. One of the things, like I told you, I was coaching in Greenville, South Carolina. One of the problems that the teachers are having there is that they think that if something's too difficult, they need to just change the standard to fit the student, whereas they need to bring the student up to try and meet the standard, right? To make the activity accessible for the student and still have the same standards for all the students. So it's just something that you have to keep considering. Obviously, I know you already know that as you continue making all of these assignments. So what we're going to do next before we break is we're going to look at Rigor and how we can scaffold our students to meet those rigorous objectives and standards that you're creating. So what I did was I put a card next to each of your workspaces-ish. And so that's an example student. So these are students that we all have in our classrooms. And whether it's scaffolding the student to meet the rigor or making the lesson more rigorous without it just being homework, like you learned in the article, we are going to look at those students and how we could build endurance and stamina for them. So I like this analogy. I am not a marathon runner, but it's a good analogy to think about. And that is that if you are training to run a marathon, right, you have a few days of rest for every day of work, right? Or 1 day of rest for every day of work. So in this case, you can tell this person is not running 26.2 miles every single day. They're working their way up in miles, and they're still running those small runs. Like on Monday, it's always 3 miles, right? Even though they can run 26.2. So I think that's something important to consider as we're creating all of these activities, is that it's not a marathon every single day, right? Like the small steps are just as important. It could be a sprint, yes. But the small steps are just as important, right? So it's kind of like when we looked at the circular blooms this morning, the knowledge still matters, and it's not the creating something every single day. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is you are going to, on the Post-it, brainstorm ways that you can scaffold or increase the rigor for the student that's on your card. Okay. Now, obviously, ideally, you'll find something in the textbook that can help you do that. You can also find these outside of the textbook because no matter how we look at it, we want best practices, right? Now, there's 2 of each card in the room, so if you want to pair up with the other person who has your type of student, if you will, then you are welcome to do that, okay? So you are going to explore the textbook and explore your own resources to find how to scaffold that assignment or lesson that you were creating for that specific type of student and write it on your Post-it. Okay? You can do it individually, you can partner up, it's completely up to you. But we are gonna take 10 minutes.
Disengaged. Nobody say that, Teresa, that hurts.
Who's disengaged?
My initial thought was that with this, I kind of use that because Katie and I use that a lot when we're doing close reading and non-fiction because we can say, okay, now we're going to take out your training article. We're going to take out your article. And they all feel like they have the same piece, but they don't know that you're reaching a kid who hasn't really reading. And they still feel like they're part of the group. Right?
Might be a good way to try to get them increased engaged and get away.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's nice when we're
Finding out
writing
their
our
interest.
the sections and we can get this and do it. When we do it on Netflix on Friday, or versions we have projects and write on that on Friday and then we all. The kids don't read because we all say, okay, here's the book, so we all get weeks at it, that's when you're taking it now. They don't know to spell out the outside of us and so much shooting. Right. So that's what I love as far as that's concerned. Just the kids don't. As far as the type of work, you know how to do this. Making it obvious. Maybe using the site resource there, if you decided to do this script telling about the government, monthly script about
Right?
I'm gonna put you in the group with some writers that maybe are there, and instead of putting, you know, that middle school article, I'm gonna try to find one that's good, like third grade.
So it's a little bit lower. You don't get it though because nobody else in the room is 15, so you're completely oblivious.
Exactly.
I don't know how you would do it. Everybody's doing that. But if you're still like that, where when you're still you think that you're getting earlier, you'll show the article that you're and you're not wrong. You could go on.
Yeah, you don't have to. Well, these are just resources that were on the board we looked at at the beginning.
And those
But in this case, we're using our own sort of our more visual. So you can
just
go
becomes
and
acceptable for all.
And
Then I think you can have like almost like a playlist.
So I asked you guys right on your post-its. Ignore these because these are the things that were on that assignment board that we looked at earlier, but we're using our own ideas. Just put your post-it on here because we're going to do a gallery walk
I don't know what.
to kind of like learn from each other.
Remind me again, what am I putting on my?
How you could scaffold your assignment that you guys were talking about, or how you scaffold in general for your special needs learners.
So just what, providing different resources or levels of resources?
Good.
You write them. Then when they come together, it's just about it's not the ideas, it's about the specific statements or recall from the articles. That was one thing. So having like maybe just saying background knowledge at individual level.
Yeah,
But the
there's always
group
the same
task
kids, you
is-
got to learn everybody for that reason. That's great.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
My hair, once it gets cold out, it's crazy.
So for the learning disability, there's also, look at for reading, click on Discovery for me. If you click on the tech book. And if you look at, just click into any of the sections. Mhm. So it's, It might not be as low as you might need for a reading disability, but the A, I always think of it as like A students read at this level and then my B students read at this level, which sounds bad, but that's just the way that I remember it. I would never tell them that. Yes. And once they change it, it stays. The other thing is, like on the elaborate tab, a lot of times if there are readings, so sometimes if there are readings, it'll have the different levels of readings, depending on the reading. We scroll down. Some of them include the Lexa levels, of course, the ones that we picked probably.
I was gonna
Go
say.
figure, right? Scroll back up to the top. It could be under the explain or explore pages too. So a lot of those readings include the Lexa level on there so that you can look at what the Lexa level is before you assign it to them.
Just because we're looking at it.
But typically on the page, when you look at the reading, it'll say what the Lexa level is for the reading. Also for you, I wanted to tell you, if you click on, hover over that, just so I can show you streaming. And then for your ELA stuff, you can do 6 through 8 English language arts. And it does it kind of by like topic, if you will. And that's all the stuff that you can access specifically for English through the streaming services.
Oh, these are all videos.
Well, videos, pictures, activities, it just depends on what they've got.
Because I use United Stream years
This
ago,
would be
when that's
how
all
you
we
get all the
had.
United streaming stuff, yeah.
Okay.
So that's in there as well. But if there's a video that you remember from United Stream that you want to use, you can probably type the title into the search bar and still access that same video.
So for each project, it's a big project with presentation, and that's the one we do well.
Just search on
Canvas.
Yep, exactly. All right, so we got about 30 seconds to make sure our ideas are on Post-its, and then we're gonna gallery walk, and then we will have lunch. Time for lunch.
Normally don't eat till 12:45, so.
Really
early for me.
Is it there?
Was it?
Is it there?
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought you were gonna look for a specific video, and that's what you're trying to.
No, I said I normally eat till 12:45, so 11 o'clock.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't mind eating early. I eat all day if you want.
Me too, but working on that winter body. See that on Instagram. All right, so if you guys will bring the posters and we'll put them in this empty space of table right here, and then we can walk around and learn from the things that we all already use.
Once we set them over there.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry.
I love it. It's a fine line between like facilitating and teaching, and I try to be on the facilitating side of that line instead of the teaching side of that line, so.
You want
You
to
might
like
have to
detention
switch
or
to teacher with us.
Huh?
You might have to switch to being a teacher with
You're
right now.
fine.
Oh, look at you guys, overachievers. Joy, we look bad. We only got one post. Oh, they
Oh,
only got
thank
one.
you. You made us feel better because we had a couple ideas on one.
All right.
We were
We
saying.
had 10 ideas on one
We were
and
saying
then
paper.
So we'll separate them a little bit, just the more than one person. Look at them. All right, so if you want to move along with the same person that you were working with, you are welcome to. It's whatever you want to do. This is literally just so that you can read over the ideas that other people had or things that they use to get some ideas for how to scaffold for your own students, in case you don't already use these ideas. Okay, and I'm not gonna, technically I'm supposed to have you write another Post-it, but I think that maybe we can handle it and we're a small enough group. Okay.
It'll take you a while to read the accelerated learner one more.
Oh, buddy, you're lucky there. Scaffold increase breaker, come on.
I
you know Teresa didn't write that. Be like, hi, Sarah.
Oh, that's right, she is in there, isn't she?
She's like, I'm going.
Wash your hands. Spray.
I broke it.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I pushed and they fell off into the sink.
So I guess we have an hour to lunch, right?
Yeah.
It's 11, 10, 12. So maybe be back by like 12:20, 12:30 would probably be okay. Okay? Okay. Good deal. And then I have 2 slides that have suggestions for scaffolding from the tech book. So I'm going to just post those to the Padlet and then we can go into them a little bit more after lunch. Okay. I'm looking at you because you're my person that I've been contacting. I know you're like, it's fine, whatever.
Do you have an evaluation that you have?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I can just share.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. It's whichever you want to do. Okay. We don't really do it at the end of the session, so we can just give 20 minutes to do both of them at the end. Yeah. I mean, mine doesn't actually take that long. It just depends on how much people want to write. So.
This one's pretty much just a check back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get so many emails from soccer moms and stuff. She went on the girls'
Competition team of Hurricanes, the branch of the Lions folded.
and her coach announced after 8 weeks into it, she retires. We lost her coach. And then we've been doing futsal. We did one tournament of that. And now they announced this week that we closed that. We no longer a Hurricanes active. We bought jerseys after all this money was investigated into. So Pete contacted Chad last night and said we would like to join the girls' team. Please come see us play on Saturday in Beloit. So, and one door closes and one opens.
So what one closed down?
The Hurricanes, the one is a branch of the Lions that Lions folded.
The line folded?
So they started a girls division soccer team, all girls. Because Lions was co-ed. But I'm sure Pete is really good. And we did that all summer long. And we did it all into fall, and then coach retired. He hand selected all these girls, scouted them out, picked them all out. He said his wife made me do it. I don't know, well, he's been doing it for years for the Lions. What was his name? Rivers, Scott Rivers. And then, yeah. So it's kind of sad that he has all these girls that he pre-selected and then stopped. You gotta wait for stuff there. Why are you doing
Yeah, I have
Do you wanna drive? I can't, because my seats are down. We got a Christmas tree.
It's pretty slick.
You don't wanna go, so
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's copy
down.
things or anything then?
Yeah, they just fill it out right online as soon as they submit it, like within 5 minutes, that they take it and mail it there.
Very nice.
Yeah, I know she worked very hard and all that.
Yeah.
I will probably pack it from.
You're so cold. I just have to go out and get a book. I got a book on the stairs.
Sarah, do you have everything you need? Do you have everything you need?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
There's some Teresa I'll pop back in this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, you're
So,
fine.
I've
Thank
been
you.
out sick for a week, so I'm playing catch up today.
Playing catch up. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. That's really stressful.
No, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. I was just thankful that everybody else at home got well.
I was about to
quickly,
say,
so I
you
was
said
on
it
my
wasn't,
own.
you were like, you had the same thing as everyone else, but it ended up lasting longer for you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's nice when your kids are at school and not home with you.
Oh, I'm sure. It was probably a nice break.
Yeah. There's, if you need water or anything like that, there, if you go up to the top of the steps. But whoever's sitting at the front desk can point you in the right direction, but if you go up these back steps and then just go straight down the long hallway, at the end, there's a coffee room, so there's like a water cooler that's
nice.
chilled.
Okay.
There's pot for 50 cents, things like that, just in case you need.
Thank
something.
you. I might run out. We'll see.
Okay.
It's just a little chilly.
Yes, it is.
this used to be a church.
No.
It like really reminds me, like the bathroom reminds me of a church, you know, like it just feels
Yeah.
like it.
That's funny.
I was like, this feels like it used to be a church. you. foot fell asleep.
Yeah.
I sat there too long. I'm trying not to, I want to do my email, but I'm trying to let my computer charge, so I'm like.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, at least it's gonna feel like a balmy, temperature when I get back to North Carolina
I
this
bet,
weekend.
yeah.
Everyone's gonna be like shivering. I'll be like, this is nothing, we're good.
Yeah. Sunday's supposed to be terrible here. I don't even think it's gonna get above 0.
I think on the weather they were saying like the base temperature is supposed to be like -7 or something on Sunday, not with the wind chill.
There's supposed to be, I think there's a game in Soldier Field in Chicago too, the Bears are playing.
Oh, wow.
Anybody doing that? Nuts.
No.
God, can't imagine.
I had friends who went to the Panthers game on Sunday in Charlotte, and it was like 35, and I was like, I wouldn't even be out there if it was 35. Like, I don't think I love anything that much.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be a pretty good fan.
Yeah. I mean, clutch game, yeah, because I mean, they would make it earlier,
Yeah.
like it's done earlier with baseball, but
Even some of their games though can be not fun to watch and then keep
Really?
going, in April.
oh, I'm sure. Yeah, because it doesn't warm up for a while.
No, not here.
Well, I've heard that I haven't been to Chicago in the summer. The last time I came was in November, which was also not really the best time to come. But the last time I came was in November, and everyone said that it's like gorgeous in the summer though,
Yeah,
because it doesn't get too hot,
yeah.
which would probably really nice.
Mhm.
I've not timed it well.
Yeah.
Hello.